Ahoy. Off we go. Ahoy, eyes. Ahoy, Mike. Let's see if we can pick this back up. Forgot about the update again. Cannot buy ammo here. Or limpets, and I need limpets. So we do need to pick up one travel mission. Let's start off with that on. And checking our reputation has gone down. Yes, not bad. Yeah, we'll be able to fix it. Yes, let's go land there. Yes, we're going to go there too. Either one of those are for a faction. Let's run it. Let's just run a couple deliveries fast and then we'll go after pirates. Let's see what we can pick up from missions first. Maybe someone will come after us. Deliver. Oh, not high enough level for them. Yeah, let's do that one. And that one.
Incoming mission critical message.
All right.
Incoming mission critical message.
So that's a good one. Picks up reputation fast.
Incoming mission critical message.
Okay. We already got the indite. We're good to go.
Landing gear retracted. Ship raised. Engines engaged.
Off it, Wayton. We go.
Frameshift drive charging.
This way. Okay. Let's check and see what the update did. Aizen did go up. Excellent. Dang, Mahoney's hurting. When I used to play, he was number one. Way back when. Queen's doing okay. Nobody up here moved. It's a lot harder to move those guys. Okay, well, actually, let's dive in. We got a sec. Still load capital.
Incoming mission critical message. Logging request rejected. Incoming mission critical message.
Nice.
Landing gear deployed.
See if we're fast enough.
Scan detected.
Oh, I didn't need to be going in. It's all good. Fire Partial complete. Oh.
Incoming message.
Okay, we did it for the wrap. It worked really well. Nice. Excellent. Okay, to keep donating for a second.
Incoming mission critical message.
Alright, I'm done. Oh, wait. Nice.
Cargo hold
Okay,
at
we're good.
maximum capacity.
You can do anything now. Let's go for these two.
Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, I did wrong. Oh, I did.
Incoming mission critical
Punk
message.
first. Combat mode. Lock signal. Scanner mode active. Night vision is on. Tips for weapons. Done. Here we go. Nice. This could be quick. we're saving for 10 mil. Here we go.
Mission objective detected. Incoming mission critical message. Scan detected.
Done.
Target
Nice.
destroyed.
Let's scan. It's a little slower battle. Man.
Target shields offline.
Alright, well, this is just a bonus, I guess. Wait till we're a second closer.
Cargo scale retracted.
There we go.
Target shields offline. Temperature critical. Frameshift charge detected.
Got him. Oh, just in the nick of time.
Target destroyed.
I heard his frame shift drive. His frame shift frame drive went off.
Cargo scoop deployed.
That had me going for a second. I thought for sure he got away. Now it's time. Everything.
Cargo scaler retracted.
Okay. Alright, now let's go land and grab more ammo.
Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging.
It's much easier to turn when you have your boost. Don't jump where you're aimed.
Frameshift drive charging.
Excellent. Yeah, we're gonna sit for a sec. are we holding? 750,000, 800,000. So it's worth. It's worth 10. That's what we need to do. We finish that, we'll also have other claims available. Gotta remember to scan.
Docking request granted. Landing gear deployed. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
I'll take the money. Done. Let's see. Yeah. Let's mess with these guys fast.
Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Off we go. We okay on fuel. That's a pretty good size delivery mission.
Frameshift drive charging.
we go. I don't know if we'll be able to get all four here.
Mission objective today. Power plant capacity exceeded. Scan detected.
What is that guy?
Target shields offline. Target shields online.
It's me.
Target shields offline. Under attack. Target shields online. Target shields offline. Temperature critical. Target shields online.
Observed him.
Target shields offline.
That's right. early. That wasn't an issue before. What if... Move you to 3.
Programming unit drone.
Okay.
Capacity exceeded.
When I get that button down one of these days.
Deploy cargo hatch.
Oh, the cargo scoop is disabled. On the side.
Cargo scoop deployed.
Nice. Okay, how was I not over in the first battle, but now I am? And 4. There we go. Okay. That big. Oh, wait. Okay, I think we waited too long. That's 3 wakes right there. Yep. My bad. Three more. Big one though. I'll put that in the beacon. Speed up for a second off of the auto, so it doesn't take us very long to make it there. We'll accelerate faster like this. We'll lock on, we're about at 21 seconds. Perfect. Anybody over here wanted? Friendly. They're law abiding now. The moment. Nice, we do have some support. Oh, be busy.
Scan detected. Target
This thing's good for the cannons to hit. It's nice and flat and wide. Very agile though. I like it. Okay, everything works.
Cargo scan rejected. Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, it didn't give me any. Interesting. Oh. Did I get him? Oh, nice. Huh, didn't realize. Alright, let's just scan and go.
Scan detected. Scan detected. Frameshift drive charging.
You actually. Part of it. Make it. We can make it. Half our fuel. Yeah, we can make it. We can make it.
Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
Alrighty. Couple more jumps, baby jumps. how are we doing on scout? Surveyor. Okay. Just want me to slow down because of the heat and the gravity. We're gonna be okay.
Frameshift drive charging. Incoming mission critical message.
Let's just go like this. We're working too close to that planet. We're speeding up again. Almost. Okay. No. Remember scanning distance. There we go. We'll see if I can get better scanners on the other ship when I upgrade the power plant. We had just enough fuel. Hopefully these guys have fuel. Oh, this gravity's killing me. reign for the Empire, but not for the Federation. Chain missions.
Docking request granted.
That's almost a million right there. 1.23.
Landing gear deployed. Engines disengaged.
The Empire. Jobs. Keep our money for a second.
Incoming mission critical message.
Okay. Let's check for honest here. Okay. This one first.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Okay. It's a good distance. Alrighty. Well, quick second to check out our status. Doing good here. Doing okay on limpet still. Could just take. Said that we're gonna send people after us. Possibly. Good. Okay. Obsessive. Okay, my surveyor rank up. We might equip a fuel scoop soon in one of the bigger ships and just go on a trip. Just fully rank that one. Mm. And it must have a massive metal concentration. Holy cow, yep. 4 people. Those are lights on the dark side.
Lacey, Charlie, Alpha Papa. The Empire code to be welcome to our sensitivity threat. Approval granted. Set course for landing pad 4-3. Use of automated docking computer
Wait.
permitted. You are clear to hand over control.
I'm already here.
Scan detected. Landing gear deployed.
We're really close to this one. Nice. Realized I didn't get our ammo at that last one.
Confirmed. Execute system shutdown. Enjoy your stay, Commander. Your comfort is our top priority.
Okay. Let's look here really fast. Let's do that. just made. $100K or more will sell.
Landing gear retracted.
That's happening now yet.
Ship released. Please exit the station safely and promptly.
Scan detected. Scan
Why didn't
detected.
it not route me?
Frameshift drive charging.
Yep.
Frameshift drive charging.
Boy. Get some speed first. More speed. $21. Yeah, Xbox. When I started off on PC, I've logged hours. I think I'm a trillionaire on the PC. But this engine Yeah, this system is a lot stronger, a lot prettier. Eventually, I'll upgrade the PC to be able to run it better, but till then, I might as well work on this one too. It's easier to stream from the Xbox for me as well. We're just going in for a landing. Drop off some info.
Docking request granted. Landing gear deployed. Scan detected.
Whoa,
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
a lot of fuel. Let's see. Whoa, that's a big one. Oh yeah, let's run that actually. Could potentially get ourselves up there right now.
Incoming message.
Should do another 6. Oh. Okay. You? There it goes.
Incoming mission critical message.
Okay. So there should be more unlocked. I want. Wait. Nope. Okay. Good to go. We're gonna go do this first. 420.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
And we'll go to sim. Yeah, no, on PC. Say I started playing year 1 or 2, and I got very, very into the game right when I got it.
Frameshift drive charging.
I explored a ton, saw a whole bunch. Kind of developed my fighting style and played with probably 20 or 30 different setups before I settled on the setup that I usually run into. Learned a lot about trade and commodities and which ones to get and which ones to sell. And then after like 3 years of playing,
Frameshift drive
I just
charging.
started letting people join me and kind of just telling them tips and tricks and secrets. And then after a little while of doing that, I met a guy. I was probably getting close to my first like 100 million, and I was pretty happy. I had 7 or 8 ships, all of them fully maxed out, and I was saving for the next big one. Oh yeah, that's why. A good distance away. And yeah, he was like, you should jump on my ship really fast. And I was like, okay. I was like, is it bigger than mine? He's like, yeah. I was like, okay. And I landed on his carrier. He didn't even mean like come do multi-crew with me. He put me in a wing with him and dropped the location of his frickin' carrier. I was like, no way. Like, I didn't know that you could even own these. And we worked I brought a cargo ship, and we worked probably 10 missions. Each one of them was worth about 50 billion. That single interaction changed the game for me entirely. Once I was able to afford it, as soon as I was able to afford it, I put myself in the same ship and started working the same mission on multi-crew as well. Because it was like, if you have the ability to purchase anything in here, it does not ruin the game. It opens up the galaxy to you in ways that you would not imagine possible. This game is so in depth. I got into the engineers after that, and honestly, on this account, I'll be into these guys within a couple of weeks. They are insanely helpful. Before, I wasn't running with collector limpets, and I wasn't collecting any of the dropped stuff from the ships that I was destroying. I was missing out on imaginable wealth because I was skipping out on that. The tradable materials, you can't purchase these, so you have to farm them. If you're not working on it, you're behind schedule. So after learning about that, then I got into the galactic powers, and this is just absolute mess. This is amazing, incredible. This is its own system. You can play the entire game for 3 years, have a blast, and have nothing to do with this. Have no idea what any of these things mean. If it's too much, don't worry about it. Just worry about, ranking yourself up in the trade, combat, and explorer. QCQ is like multiplayer. If you can get a match, I'll pay you. You gotta organize one. Other than that, they just don't happen very often. Yeah, and then like I'm saying, exploring. This is, I've kind of been jumping around in here. You can see the trade routes are the different colors of arrows going back and forth. We can go in here and we can actually look and sort through what they are. So metals are going to be orange. There's a metal bar right there. So these guys are trading metal. Something that's here in Cerdo needs to go to Grana. Red is tech or minerals. What's tech? Tech is the light blue. So there's a light blue here. So you would want to find the one that has more people living in it. And that one's more likely to have better upgrades for your ship. Because there's more money, there's more people. Okay, that's just this little... this isn't even the empire that I work for. This is now the space that we're looking at. All of these little dots are stars. You can go to all of them. They all have different stations at them. This area right here is all owned by another faction. All of this area is owned by another faction. How do I show you? Power play. Yeah. This is my queen, the princess down here. Light blue. Currently, let's see. Up a little bit more. Currently, in the Galactic Powers, Zachary Hudson from the Federation is in charge. And Felicia Winters is also in charge. She's the second. The two most powerful currently are both Federation. Denton Patrius is up here holding down the Empire. When I used to play, Aisling Duval was in second, right behind Edmund Mahone while he was president. And they had just ousted Zachary Hudson, who originally took power from the Queen, if I'm not mistaken. That was a long, long time ago. Denton Patrius was always in a war with Samina Tubal for territory, and I mean, even amongst the Empire, they were kind of always, I don't want to say they were in a war, they were competing for some of the same territories very often. These guys are independent, alliance, and independent. Yuri Grum usually was always hanging around 5, 6, 7 maybe. This guy I've never seen this high. He was always in the bottom spot. And Leron, he's been up and down on this list for years. Missions for that big, you have to be in the biggest ship. You have to be fully ranked up in some of these categories, and you need to be ranked up with the Federation and the Empire. Otherwise, they won't even offer it to you. To get to that point, you need about 50 billion. You see me doing the little donation missions right now. That's just to buy a little bit of favor with them, so that they'll give me a mission that will rank me up. Some of those that I'm donating 450,000 credits, and I'm getting 6%. Yeah, that's at this rank in the Empire. once you get up in the Empire and the Federation, you'll be finding missions where it's like, would you please donate 50 million? It's like, 50 million is insane. Well, yeah, but in a moment, they're going to start offering you missions for 50 billion, and 50 million will be a drop in the bucket. If you have 50 billion all of a sudden, then you can interject yourself into any of these political systems that you're interested in. Now, I've been working for the princess very specifically back then because each of the different leaders had unique technology. And in order to access that, you had to work for them for a certain period of time. So it was a very, very strategic decision. And this is like, I still at this point hadn't gotten into guides and hadn't gotten into like tips and trick videos. I hadn't really checked out any streamers that were playing it. I was just kind of raw dogging it. I was out there without any preparation. I was reading the manual in here, which is like grossly underdeveloped. But pretty much anything in here is they are helpful, but there's significantly more knowledge online. This kind of gives you some of the history. This is important for the game, but it's not too much. It's not a full-out explanation of what you need to do. Can I really add that to the playlist? Ooh. Okay, hold on. Is it all one? Nice. Okay, so it's not all one. I've got diplomatic and introduction. So I want to take out this one. We're going to do introduction. Okay, here. That's awesome. I think that might be new to me. Yeah, I used to sit there and read these on long missions like this. And that was when I had kind of read into it before I became ultra wealthy. But I hadn't really committed. I was just like, whatever, they're doing their own thing. The Thargoids are coming. I'm more interested in like getting myself. Then all of a sudden I figured out that there's some ships that you can't buy unless you are high rank in the Federation. Oh, excellent, excellent. Okay, you know everything that I'm talking about then. Yeah, no, there's the resources online are significantly more important, significantly more helpful than some of these. Some of these will give you a basic understanding, but they don't directly spell out what you have to do. And luckily, the community, as I'm saying, is absolutely incredible. I've purchased this game for friends recently. It's fantastic, even for the chance to just play for a little bit. It's a really cool game. It's one game that there's a few games that I've gone back and played, but like years later, it's like I'm looking at it, I'm like, nah, there's just better games out now that have replaced this, that have like taken the crown, as far as I'm concerned, for that category of game. Like, there's zombies games out there that are pretty good, and they've tried to put some new ones out, but just like Black Ops, like 1, 2, and 3, they'll never beat that experience. I don't think that they'll ever make a better zombies than those. And I've always said that if they updated every single one of the maps for Black Ops Zombies into the Black Ops 3 engine, everybody would pay like $120 for it, $250 for it on day one. Yes, it's a cool game. It does not matter what level you're at. You can have fun, and it's super. it's such an in-depth game that you can get, totally lost, and you can be at work stressing about the fact that you lost a planet last week. And it's also such a shallow game that you can just be like, you know what, I want to hop in and I want to see a star I haven't seen. I'm going to go out and I'm going to go exploring. No thoughts, no complex planning needed. Just put a fuel scoop on and go. Yeah, when you're exploring, you're not really working for anybody. That's what's nice. You can sell the data, but it's not like you're working for the cartographers. There are missions where you can go and very specifically get them information they're looking for, but I just like picking a star way, way, way out and route myself there. How long have you been playing? That's a big one. See, I could just give it straight back. I need to save my money. Trying to get to 10 million to buy a new part for the other one. The other ship I have. Yeah, and I'm not coming back here. You want to be careful taking missions far out. Nope. We've got fuel and Nice. I got an achievement for that. 500,000 credits worth. Now we're going here. Be a good jump. Six. Reasonable.
Frameshift drive charging.
Off we go. Okay, excellent. Yeah. Encyclopedia. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's like I've been in this game for so long. I almost have a college degree. It's really dangerous. No, I definitely do have a college degree. Probably working on my doctorate at this point. Sounds like you are too. Do you stream? I'm gonna follow you either way.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, and I wish I was able to get my PC account on here. If I could have logged in and played on here on that account, I would be only playing this probably for the next year and a half. Fair enough. I'm still a pretty recent streamer. Started this year, I think in April, maybe May. I was still building my setup. And now I've got good headphones with a mic. It's decent. Upgraded the Xbox, the TV. I'm much more comfortable now. Yeah, I had the Xbox One, and I was streaming on that for a second.
Frameshift drive charging.
And there's a couple times where it turned off on me because it was just too hot. So I went to go look at the S, and I just went with the X. It was an expensive choice, but it was a good choice. I'm very, very happy with this. It's like I'm definitely more, I don't know, agile. I'm using more buttons on the PC at once. But it's just more comfortable to be able to sit back and hold a controller and play for 7 or 8 hours than it is to sit at a PC. I have one near me, but at the moment they share a TV. So if I'm on Xbox, I can't go to PC. Edit.
Objective detected. Incoming mission critical message.
Awesome. No, don't think so. I don't know if we're gonna be able to find it like this. What's that? We better drop into the beacon. See if that gives it to us. Marshall samples. I do not think that I do remember EDB. Do not know what that is. Oh. You know what? It's possible I'm still using that and I just don't know the name. Yeah. I think Inara is the one that I know the name of. You know what? Hold on, let me look. Because I've got some things bookmarked on my phone too, because I used to look it up on my phone because I was playing on PC. I didn't even think about that. Rogi. Rogi's one that I used to use. Let's see. Oh yeah, ED Tools. And yeah, then Inara. Oh, gotcha. Okay. It's shut down. Yeah, no, some of the tools that I used originally are still up. But there's a couple engines that I have had to replace, or I found a better engine. Heard somebody talking about it and was like, yeah, I'll try that one out for a sec. It's just like, oh no, this is far more intuitive than the old system that I was using.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. Yeah, and I think that's, kind of the beauty of this game is that there's not 5,000 pages to read through in here. I think that's part of the curse of this game also is that it very, 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 very heavily depends on the community to be awesome. But luckily, the community is awesome, so it's not a problem. We've been good so far in this account. Very good. Just haven't gotten into trading in here yet. Now, mining and trading are probably the most profitable for the least amount of risk. But there's nothing. There's no game that I've found since starting this one that's as much fun to play. Oh, not that far. Yeah, the combat in this game is just more fun than any other. Like Ace Combat's okay, and there's a couple other fighter. Like this is the one. There's like Star Wars games. There are a couple of them that are okay. But yeah, if you're trying to do a space game, I don't know if you've tried out Star Citizen. I kind of had beef with Star Citizen. It's like, oh, we have a free download for you once you buy our ship. So, okay. I was like, nah. Yeah, Galaxy Map can be difficult. You're working on an app. Ooh, because I have had some issues with Inara recently since switching here. Interesting. You're right, yeah. Road to Riches, I need to check out again. That's right.
Mission objective detected.
Yeah, I know at first it's a lot easier just jumping around and gathering data. I should open that.
Cargo scope deployed. Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Oh, that's a problem.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Pick up one more.
Critical message.
Oh no, it's not going to bring it. I'm full. Okay.
Cockpit drone error. Deploy cargo hatch. Cargo scoop retracted. Frameshift overcharging. 4, 3, 2.
I've jumped out forward and navigating. Fuel. It's close. We'll be okay. You're a rough one.
Docking request granted.
Oh, give a little much. Oh, it's taking me to the backside.
Landing gear deployed.
Love the landing music.
Successful. Engines disengaged.
Oh wait, I'm here for fuel. Good to go. I think we go turn this in before we go after those guys.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
So I won't be able to buy them to the SAT base either. So I'll have to take a mission somewhere for beta. There's quite a few missions over here for Bolo. Bolu. Suppose.
Frameshift drive charging.
Still not ranked. Get credit for what I do.
Frameshift drive charging.
Okay. Nearly there. Okay. Quick run in the base, check for some more missions, see if we got anything that lines up with our main mission that we are now almost ready to go run. This is going to be a huge mission. That's pretty much everything we need to save. And we'd be able to jump to the other ship with insurance. That's going to be a ways out. Probably going to head down there pretty soon. To the point where I'm able to make either ship. I'll be able to jump down there and ship it another ship to myself without having any issues. Aisling Duval obviously got me a little bit because of her prismatic shields and a little bit because of her policies. Quite a few of the other empires have slavery. I wasn't interested in being one, so I figured I wouldn't sell any. Just trying to avoid areas where that's legal. That was my thinking when I was looking at it. It's like, man, there's no dumber hill to die on right now, but it's a game, but fine. Like that'll be the issue. I really wanted those prismatic shields too. I worked for somebody else for a little while to try and get some rockets. Something like that. So better cannons or better miniguns. And I was sorely disappointed and immediately switched. I was like, yeah, I made a mistake. And then now you can get any of the equipment on any of them. You just have to rank pretty much your loyalty to them. And again. Usually go around the other side of the sun. The app that you're working on, it's going to be an app or it's going to be a website plugin?
Landing gear deployed.
I would go in, but there's one here.
Incoming message.
Is that the one? Nice. I'm already there. Who am I going after? It's two. Good one. Good boy. We just go dropping a beacon. Pray that we have support. Nah. It's safe. Winner.
Incoming mission critical message.
Five is better. A lot. Nah. Picked up one delivery already, so good. I'm good to go. Yeah. Okay. First. Let's empty out. Let's see if they're interested in the data. Okay. Okay. Only thing we need now is limpets. Ready for war. Action.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
6. 6. And him. Okay. I believe he tries to pull us.
Frameshift drive
Name.
charging.
Through these, Bjorvik. Nice. Okay. Oh, okay.
Objective detected.
Yeah, that could be a problem. I would get excited. Hearing about new equipment on your app. It's funny. What do we have for? It's, yeah, we pulled 3 million from that first little, just getting us set up. Yeah, it's massive. Got us almost halfway to where we were trying to get to, anyways. Excellent. It's you. I got him.
Target shields online.
Excellent.
Target carbon dropped. Incoming mission critical.
Collectors. All good.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I found a Norwegian part over here. Let's see. Only the Norwegian criminals. Interesting. Very interesting.
Scan detected. Under attack. Target ship
Oh, let's cut him in half.
incoming mission critical message. Frameshift drive charging.
It's one mission.
1. Docking request granted.
Forgot to set us up for landing. Well, that was good. That was fast. Almost 100K. And let's say 50.
Landing gear deployed.
That's right. 450.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
This one too. And 7. And here's $1. For the Empire. We can do that. We're going there anyways.
Incoming mission critical message.
Wait a minute. Okay. Wait. Is that you? Hold on. Yes.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Perfect. I take a scratch. You ready for war? Go for this one. And then there's a big one.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Let's go. Wait, why am I jumping up? Okay. I'm not down here, no.
Frameshift drive charging.
Chinatown. Let's check. Mm-hmm. So here. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, over here. 14. 10.4. One of these days I'm going to push the right button.
Scan detected. Cargo scoop retracted. Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, yeah, that was right.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Frameshift drive charging.
Activate super boost.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm still kind of new to this engine.
Confirming input drone.
Okay.
Target shields offline.
That was perfect. Nearly missed it.
Temperature critical. Target shields online. Target shields offline.
That's not good. Yes.
Incoming mission critical message.
Got it.
Cargo scoop deployed. Scan detected. Scan detected.
That's another one.
Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging. Objective detected.
I like the best decision.
Incoming mission critical message.
Nice.
The Empire. Introduction. What a piece of work is man.
Incoming mission critical message.
How noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable. In action, how like an angel. In apprehension, how like a god. The beauty of the world, the paragon of animals. Shakespeare, Hamlet.
When our ancestors departed Earth, they asked themselves, which of our achievements represents the best of humanity, that we may bring it with us to illumine the darkness? The Federation, embroiled in a world of contracts, petty bickering, chose their constitution. They placed their trust not in man himself, but in an imperfect work of man. But my ancestor, your first emperor, was wiser. He knew that the best achievement of humanity was humanity itself. There was more wisdom in a single nucleotide of his noble DNA than in all the Federation's written texts. That same wisdom still guides us now. We need no dusty documents to assert our right. We are human, born to rule. And the universe awaits the firm hand of our governance.
Emperor Traskin Devan II, undelivered draft speech written immediately before his sudden and unexplained death. The Empire, while younger than the Federation, is easily the equal of its historic rival in terms of scale and resources. The key social distinction between the two powers is that slavery in the Empire is legal, a fact that has remained a source of controversy since its inception, both within the Empire and without. Some observers have pointed out, however, that conditions for those at the lowest levels of federal society are far worse than those experienced by imperial slaves. The popular image of the Empire is one of opulence, but while pomp and pageantry may be the norm in the core imperial systems, elsewhere in imperial space, one can find myriad examples of deprivation and squalor. Indeed, the Empire encompasses many striking contrasts. Sophisticated technology exists alongside an ancient Roman system of government, and the affluent
Drive charging.
of the core worlds depends on often unregulated slave labor in the wretched outer colonies. Ruthless industrial efficiency and low taxation has made the Empire rich and mighty. The hierarchy of imperial society is rigid, but a citizen can always rise through the ranks if he or she becomes wealthy enough and makes the right connections. Even a slave could, in theory, become a senator.
Oh, nice, he's ready. We're having problems in the shield department. That's right, we weren't even there. Is that 1 or 2? One. Okay. 10.
Scan detected.
Oh, interesting.
Warning, incoming hatch breaker loaded.
We're at level 1.
Shields offline. Taking damage. Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging.
Oh. Hopefully. Nice.
Shields online.
Let's do it.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright.
The Empire. History. The Achenar colony was founded. In the mid-23rd century, wealthy entrepreneur Marlene Duval was so frustrated with the federal government that she founded an independent colony of her own in the Achenar system, chosen for its remoteness. When Marlene was killed shortly afterwards in a flyer accident, her brother Henson Duval took over as ruler. Henson Duval, the Emperor. Duval immediately abolished the fledgling democracy that Marlene had set up, and in its place, he established a system modelled on ancient Rome. He was now emperor, and his closest allies were his senators. Any colonists who might have objected were forced into silent compliance with Duval's vision. Such were his wealth and power. It was also widely believed that Marlene Duval, like Remus in ancient Rome, had been killed by her own brother. Nobody dared to speak out. The Mudlark extinction. The colonists were aware that the planet they had settled, Achenar 6D, had indigenous life, but at first it wasn't appreciated that this included a sentient species, nicknamed the Mudlarks after they were observed digging through riverbank mud in search of food. Although the Mudlarks were at a pre-agricultural stage of development, they appeared to have developed the beginnings of language. They also created crude forms in molded clay, with no obvious practical purpose, possibly indicating a nascent artistic culture. The Mudlarks proved fatally vulnerable to the bacteria carried by the colonists, and within a few decades of the colony's founding, the species was extinct. Rumours subsequently emerged that Henson Duval had purposefully removed all traces of the Mudlarks, partly in fear of federal reprisal, and partly to ensure that his development plans would not be hindered by ecological constraints. The Federation attempted to reclaim Achenar. When the federal government heard rumours that Duval's colony had recklessly caused the destruction of a sentient indigenous species, they decided on military intervention. The Imperial ships beat back the federal attackers, who were unable to establish a beachhead among the airless outer worlds, and struggled to maintain supply lines so far from Earth. The federal forces eventually fell back and entrenched in the Beta Hydri system. Skirmishes with Imperial ships continued for the next 50 years, but these were unable to prevent Duval from expanding the Empire to many other worlds. The Age of Expansion. After hostilities with the Federation ceased, the Empire entered a century of growth, annexing many new systems and persuading others to join. It spent the following 2 centuries consolidating its new territory, appointing colonial administrators from among the noble houses of Achenar.
Legendary stuff. They have stories I can add. Playlist. Space Pelosi. Okay. What, really? Come on. Yeah. I'm gonna read up some more on these guys. Everybody else, and so I'm getting back into this. Not for you though.
Incoming message.
Real quick, see what else we can grab and head back out. I'll go straight there. Oh, we gotta pick up more limpets. So kind of inconvenient that I can't pick them up here, and I'm using this as a base. I'd like to find the interstellar factor down with Async Duval. I could run this kind of same program. I'll go there in a little bit once I'm on the ship. This is working for now. Take more. Unless. Okay.
Incoming message.
Nice. We're good to go. Should have.
Ship released. Engines engaged. Request granted.
Okay, had to get further. Soft pickup. Limpets. So I forgot. Okay. Don't want to work for you though. Literally anyone else. Oh, future trips. Do this one. I'm not getting too right. Was that the first one for Grana? Mr. Sergo. Nice. I'll give us a good way to jump out, actually, if we need it. Okay. Curtain.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
I'll jump to Serdo. There we go. Sorry.
Frameshift drive charging.
It's close. Big one. We should also wait for these guys just a little bit more. We'll take these ones just to run off if we need to get health or ammo. Okay, here. Or limpets, and we cannot get them.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Tossing.
Frameshift drive charging.
Off we go.
The Empire. Society. An ancient Roman model. The Empire works on a clean system. Society is divided into tiers. Emperor, senators, patrons, clients, and then citizens, with slaves below these. Groups of patrons pledge their support to a given senator, offering military service, tax revenue, and the right to wield the patrons' votes in the Senate on their behalf. In return, the patrons are granted a measure of protection and material security, as well as having their interests represented in the Imperial Senate.
Incoming mission critical message.
Senators are responsible for deciding tax rates and welfare systems for their patrons, meaning that the lower a given senator's tax rates, the more patrons he is likely to attract. This is far from being a patron's only concern, however. Loyalty over time, ideological compatibility, family connections, and discreet private deals can all play a part in deciding which senator to back. The system extends downward through the tiers in a similar fashion, with clients pledging themselves to given patrons, and citizens pledging themselves to given clients. The votes held by the patrons actually comprise the total votes of all the clients pledged to them. Similarly, the votes held by those clients comprise the total votes of their pledged citizens. Patrons are therefore capable of investing variable degrees of power in their chosen senators, with the result that some senators are more powerful than others. Senators are responsible for those below them, meaning that everyone has a form of social security, at least in theory. Indeed, many senators take pride in the security they offer their citizens. Some have even been known to drain material wealth from small independent worlds and pump it back into the capital economy, allowing them to reduce citizens' taxes and giving their own popularity a considerable boost. Patrons are free to withdraw their patronage from their chosen senator, placing the onus on the senator to represent them satisfactorily or face a loss of voting power. Rigid stratification. The division between social classes is formal, unambiguous, and strict. But there is a clear path to advancement. A person can pay a fee and petition for admittance to the rank above. In this way, slaves can become citizens too. The law is not the same for all. Senators have a responsibility to enforce the law, and they must obey the emperor's decree, but are otherwise above the law. A senator can even carry out executions personally with little, if any, fear of consequence. The Empire. Military. The Imperial Navy. Maintaining a modernized navy.
I can take him. Thank you, Jack. I'll check that out. I know. Welcome to Thought, guys. Curious. Perhaps not. Here we're getting any help.
Frameshift drive charging.
Let's go. Let's try that again.
Has always been a top priority for the Empire. The ever-present threat posed by the Federation has driven previous emperors to empty the coffers again and again for fear of being outstripped in the arms race. More recently, funding has come from wealthy individual senators, many of whom are all too eager to gain influence within the Navy. Indeed, it has been claimed that devastating planetary mining has been carried out in order to further this cause. The Facisi system is arguably the most significant Imperial naval base. Many officers are housed on the world of Topaz, while Peter's Rec is home to the training centers. As well as the battle fleets, the Imperial Navy maintains a subdivision dedicated to exploring the fringes of known space. The
Super Cruise is likely why he keeps catching.
Rizzo. Genetic engineering is not officially tolerated in the Empire, but it does sometimes take place. One notable example is the Emperor's Own, a group of genetically engineered super soldiers deployed during the shock invasion of Mansfield Colony in the Leadless system in 2959. They proved brutally efficient, overrunning the Federal defenses in a mere 2 hours and inflicting a rare defeat upon a Federal Gurkha regiment. The Empire, culture and values. The human body represents perfection. This belief, once held with near religious intensity, still forms the bedrock of the Empire's culture and morals. Genetic modification is frowned upon, but a degree of genetic correction is known to take place, supposedly to correct defects such as vulnerability to certain diseases. The belief in the sanctity of the human body originates with the first emperor, Henson Duval. While he did not claim to be literally descended from the gods in the manner of Roman emperors of old, he declared that his own image was the paradigm to which others ought to aspire. households across the Empire were required to display a statue or bust of the Emperor in a place of honor. Imperial citizens are therefore expected to shun habits that corrupt or defile the human body, such as excessive indulgence in narcotics. The ownership of slaves, by contrast, is tolerated in the same way that the ownership of any beautiful work of art is tolerated. Mistreatment of slaves is thus akin to vandalism. Keeping one's own body in peak condition and adorning it with jewels and expensive clothes is not vanity, but duty. And owning well-treated slaves is also considered a sign of good character. The Emperor's word is supreme. The Emperor's successor is decided by the Senate, although the Duval dynasty has such a strong power base that the imperial throne has only ever been occupied by members of that bloodline. For generations, genetic selection ensured that the Emperor's heir would be male, and the current ruler, Orissa Lavinie Duval, is the first woman to hold the throne. Marlene Duval is sometimes described as the Empire's first female ruler, but this is incorrect. The colony she founded was a democracy. Honor is everything. The value placed on honor is a constant throughout all tiers of imperial society. Honor can be lost through various means, including leaving debts unpaid, failing to respect a superior or provide
System scan complete.
for a dependent, breaking a solemn vow, conducting combat with cowardly weapons such as nerve gas, and defiling one's own body. Slavery is acceptable, but slaves must be well treated. In the Empire, it is not uncommon for the poor and disenfranchised to sign up for a period of military service in exchange for a small sum of money. A similar logic applies to imperial slavery, to the extent that someone might sell themselves into slavery to clear a debt and restore their honor. Selling oneself into slavery is a straightforward legal process and results in a guaranteed sum of money for one's family, so it is a popular option for the desperate. In practice, however, many find that it takes much longer than expected to clear their debts. People are also forced into slavery against their will. Sometimes a senator will sentence a person of lower rank to be stripped of citizenship and designated as a slave. But it is more common to impose a fine of such magnitude that the citizen has no recourse but to sell his or herself into slavery. Slaves may also be taken prisoner following a conflict, abducted from their home, or even captured in a hijacking. While trading slaves is lawful everywhere in the Empire, except on Emerald, taking new slaves outside of wartime is illegal, without the blessing of a senator. The Empire. Diplomatic relations.
I was very interested in the Empire ships, but the Imperial slaves was what was bugging me about joining them. And the princess
Incoming message.
is totally against it. And so she got my vote. I've been working for her for 10 years. IRL. I also liked her shields. I had encountered some of the other weapons in battle, and they freaked me out a little bit because they were new, but nothing freaked me out more than shooting somebody and watching their shields light up purple. That was like, what is that? I want that now. That's when I sought her out and started working for her. What am I doing here? Did I turn in something? And then I was just looking for... Nice.
Cargo
That's
at maximum capacity.
You want my stuff. You're kind of out of the way. No. Now we're going back
Ship
to
released.
this tier. Should we go down there first? Let's go there. Quick trip.
Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
The Federation. Resentment of the Federation runs deep in the Empire. The superpower is remembered as an oppressive, interfering force that hypocritically avoids inflicting the slightest harm on non-human life, but thinks nothing of forcibly imposing its values on its fellow humans, and lacking the freedoms and social customs that the Empire values so dearly. While open hostility has frequently been the case in the past, the current situation is one of grudging coexistence, beneath which mistrust simmers. Despite this antipathy, the Empire cooperated with the Federation in a series of joint initiatives against the Thargoids in the early 3300s. The Alliance. When the Alliance was founded in 3230, following a bitter conflict with the Empire and the Federation, multiple systems defected to it from both superpowers. To the surprise of many, the Empire took very little further retributive action, partly because of the ill health of the Emperor of the time, and partly due to a belief that the defecting systems would return to their natural home, sooner or later. The Empire's current attitude to the Alliance is one of studied contempt. To recognize it as a threat would be too much like showing respect. Internal politics. Unsurprisingly for a society so concerned with rank and influence, the Empire contains a multitude of feuding power blocks. In particular, there is a good deal of bad blood between the various noble houses, whose values range from hardcore traditionalist to staunch reformist. The Imperial Senate is no longer as overshadowed by the Emperor as it once was, and has gained sufficient strength to act as a counterbalance to the Emperor's political will. The individual character of the Emperor still determines the Empire's overall direction, however, and the suggestion that the Empire should evolve out of its old ways has proven deeply divisive. The Federation. Diplomatic.
Incoming mission critical message. Login request granted.
Oh, shoot.
The Federation.
Oh. Okay. We just listen to this one first.
Landing gear deployed.
The Federation. Introduction. For I dipped into the future, far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world, and
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
the Federation. Introduction. For I dipped into the future, far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world, and all the wonder that would be. Saw the heavens fill with commerce, argosies of magic sails, pilots of the purple twilight, dropping down with costly bales, till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World. Alfred Lord Tennyson, Locksley Hall, 1835.
How then to attempt the impossible task of summing up the Federation? We are the ones who draw the lines. Our forefathers, who lived through the bitter anguish of global wars, drew a line under them and declared, no more. We enshrined the rights of all citizens in our Constitution, underlined them, and signed. We plotted the lines that first linked the star systems, bringing humanity to the shores of new worlds, opening the way to interstellar trade. And when humanity itself, in the exuberance of youth, threatened the delicate balance of alien life, again, we drew
Landing gear retracted. Ship
Line.
raised. Engines engaged.
Thus far let us lawfully tread, and no further.
Excellent.
Isaac Gallen, Federation President. Inaugural speech, 2862. The Federation is the oldest humanity, reaching out from the core system of Sol and encompassing a broad socio-economic spectrum. Among the myriad federal star systems, one can find extraordinary wealth, crushing poverty, with the Empire, which offers a social safety net in the form of state-sanctioned slavery. The Federation.
Frameshift drive charging.
Introduction. For I dipped into the future, far as human eye could see, saw the vision of the world, and all the wonder that would be. Saw the heavens filled with commerce, argosies of magic sails, pilots of the purple twilight, dropping down with costly bales, till the war drum throbbed no longer. Battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man, the Federation of the World. Alfred Lord Tennyson, Locksley Hall, 1835.
How then to attempt the impossible task of summing up the Federation? We are the ones who draw the lines. Our forefathers, who lived through the bitter anguish of global wars, drew a line under them and declared, no more. We enshrined the rights of all citizens in our Constitution, underlined them, and signed. We plotted the lines that first linked the star systems, bringing humanity to the shores of new worlds, opening the way to interstellar trade. And when humanity itself, in the exuberance of youth, threatened the delicate balance of alien life, again we drew a line. Thus far let us lawfully tread, and no further.
Isaac Gellin, Federation President. Inaugural speech, 2862. The Federation is the oldest of the galaxy's three superpowers, a vast geopolitical entity reaching out from the core system of Sol and encompassing a broad socio-economic spectrum. Among the myriad federal star systems, one can find extraordinary wealth, crushing poverty, and everything in between. By contrast with the Empire, which offers a social safety net in the form of state-sanctioned slavery, the poorest members of federal society have no safeguards and no way out. For them, life on the graffiti-stained streets is inescapable, and the gulf between their lives and those of the super-rich could not be more insurmountable. At its best, the Federation embodies the values of its founding nations: democracy, industry, and liberty. But federal society can also be competitive and unforgiving. Corporations wield too much power, politicians are often corrupt, and a sink-or-swim ethos prevails. The Federation. History. The nations of Earth united in the aftermath of war. After the devastation of World War III, the United States of the Americas rose to become the planet's dominant nation. Over the following years, it gradually brought the other nations of the world under its aegis. Called at first the Federation of the USA, the expanding democracy was soon given the less exclusive title of the Federation. Humanity reached for the stars. When faster-than-light travel became a reality in the 22nd century, several terrestrial corporations competed fiercely to establish the first human colony in a new star system. Tau Ceti was the first system to be colonized, followed by Delta Pavonis, Beta Hydria, and Altair. In their wake, there followed a wild scramble of pioneering expeditions and colonial ventures. The first colony rebelled. The year 2161 saw a dispute between the colony of Tau Ceti III and the Federation Authority, centered on the colonists' repeated refusal to limit the damage they were inflicting on the alien ecosystem. Earth dispatched a fleet with orders to revoke the colony's charter. The colony responded by declaring independence. A military stalemate led to grudging compromise, and the Federal Accord resulted, granting the system rights and representation, along with concomitant duties. The Federation, born on Earth, was now an association of star systems. The Birthright Wars gave corporations preferential treatment. Starting in 2621, a group of corporations subjected the federal government to over a century of unrelenting pressure. They demanded the right to buy up underexploited colonial land from its hereditary owners. Under the terms of the original charters, the land belonged to the colonists and their descendants, regardless of their ability to mine, farm, or otherwise exploit it, meaning that immense resources were lying untapped. The corporations argued that with the machinery, workforce, and fleets at their disposal, they could tap those resources. The Federation would be enriched, the original owners would be compensated, and everyone would be satisfied. The Federation bowed to pressure and allowed compulsory purchase of the family's land, albeit for far less than the expected sums. Outrage, rebellion, and in one case, the defiant resettlement of an entire colony resulted. The Federation's detractors often point to this dark episode as indicative of its true nature, a mere administrative puppet bent to the will of rapacious corporations. The Federation. Society. A federated democracy. The Federation's legislative body is made up of congressmen elected to represent their system or state. Apart from the oldest core systems such as Sol, which encompasses multiple states, each star system within the Federation is considered a single state. New colonies do not qualify for full Federation membership until and unless they fulfill the development objectives set down for them. With self-reliance comes representation. The federal government has its seat on Mars, which was terraformed in 2286. Congress was moved there from Earth in the early 3rd millennium. The executive branch is headed by an elected president with a fixed 8-year term. Constitutional rights obtain. The sovereign rights of all individuals are enshrined in the Constitution, which is a modified and streamlined version of the US Constitution, originally codified in the 18th century. The right to liberty underscores the absolute ban on slavery within the Federation, and is a point of contention with the Empire. Corporate interests dominate. Although the Federation is loudly and proudly democratic, corporations still exercise tremendous influence over the democratic process, shaping citizens' choices through celebrity endorsement, lobbying, and occasionally outright corruption. The government is notoriously reluctant to curb corporate activity. The typical question in Congress is not whether a given policy will favor corporate interests, but which ones it will favor. Competition between corporations for Congress support can lead to a deadlock in the government. The Federation. Culture and values. If you want to eat, you have to work. The Federation has no room for freeloaders. It has nurtured the core frontier values of self-reliance and entrepreneurship since its inception, and respects the self-made citizen. This insistence upon paying your way and pulling your weight also applied, notoriously, to the process whereby new colonies were established. Until a given colony was able to fulfill the development goals set down for it by the Federation, it could only ever be a dependency with no voice of its own. Given that the Federation's assigned goals could vary wildly from one colony to the next, this requirement frequently chafed with the colonists. While the Federation maintained that it was simply exercising flexibility, since no two worlds were the same, some colonies were tempted away to the Empire by the promise of being recognized as sovereign without having to jump through arbitrary hoops. Corporations took humanity into space. The Federation has never forgotten the role played by private enterprise in the initial migration from Earth. Corporations enjoy substantial freedom and influence under the Federation, so much so that it often seems they are the powers truly running the show. Federal citizens can be as passionately loyal to their corporations as they would be to a family or clan group, and it is common for successive generations of a given family to serve the same corporation. Harvest the limitless riches of space, but respect non-human life. The Federation and the Empire have hugely differing views on the primacy of humanity in the cosmos. While the Federation insists that its colonies treat indigenous non-human life with care, the Empire typically takes a more human-centric approach. This attitude has allowed the Empire to poach several developing Federation colonies who felt themselves hamstrung by ecological regulations. Wealth is freedom. Federal citizens actively embrace corporate culture, expressing their identity through brand choices and media consumption. The Alliance. History. The Alliance. Introduction. Rise, like lions after slumber, in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth, like dew which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few. Percy Bysshe Shelley, The Mask of Anarchy, 1819.
I've read your speech a dozen times, Mick. We can't use it. Sure, we can sound off about self-rule and freedom from tyranny and the dignity of the working man/woman, and the young hotheads would lap it up like they always do. I'm not saying we don't need that stuff, but we mustn't forget it's just marketing. A shiny wrapper. It's not enough. If we're going to make the alliance of independent systems happen, we need more than tub-thumping speeches from a war hero. We need to show our people that the damn thing can work. I want spending plans, dividend forecasts, surveyors' reports. I want data so dry you don't need to believe in it. The people are tired and heartsick. They've been sold dreams too many times by both sides, so let's not try to sell them anymore. It's time to wake up.
Private communique from Meredith Argent to Mick Turner, founders of the Alliance. The Alliance is the youngest of the galaxy's three superpowers, and is perhaps best understood in terms of what it chooses not to be. It rejects both the extreme capitalism of the Federation and the rigid hierarchy of the Empire, choosing instead a third way of voluntary association. The desire for freedom from interference, both from external threats and internal bureaucracy, was the key motivation behind the Alliance's founding and is enshrined in its Articles of Association. The governments of the member systems are given as much autonomy to create their own laws and administer their own affairs as possible. The right to political self-determination and cultural self-expression are essential to the Alliance, but it remains to be seen whether the ultimate
Lighting gear deployed.
result will be stable
Frameshift charge detected.
harmony or a cacophony of dissenting voices. Every Alliance member knows that alliances have been made before, many times over.
Unsuccessful. Engines disengaged. Frameshift charge detected.
The Alliance. Military. The Alliance. The Alliance. Introduction.
All right. Well, it's good we got to hear the whole thing about the Federation. Good chunk of change. That'd be a fast one. Not that fast. Good for us to work with them too. Can't we do it? We go home. What are you thinking about out here? Yeah, I got you. Got fuel.
Landing gear retracted. Ship
Up.
released. Engines engaged.
Good. That'll bring us back closer. Perfect. Jump through fast and then we'll listen to the Alliance.
Frameshift drive charging.
5.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging. System scan complete.
This won't be that hot. We just gotta pass it all the way.
Frameshift drive charging.
I think this will put us up for Empire as well. The Empire ships are kind of thin, but they have wicked powerful shields. If you're willing to commit enough power to your shields from your build, then you can make them almost impenetrable from a single ship,
Frameshift
unless it's
drive
bigger than
charging.
you somehow. They have to have a very specific shield destruction build to get through. Federation ships, you can chew at them for a minute. It gives you more time to panic. But you can make longer runs more aggressively than an Empire ship.
Frameshift drive charging.
Even if you are a little fragile. Oh, nice. Double star. That's cool. Don't see that very often. Okay.
The Alliance. Introduction. Rise, like lions after slumber, in unvanquishable number. Shake your chains to earth, like dew which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few. Percy Bysshe Shelley, The Mask of Anarchy, 1819.
I've read your speech a dozen times.
I
Nick.
only
We
missed
can't
just
use
the
it.
end.
Sure, we could sound off about self-rule and freedom from tyranny and the dignity of the working man/woman, and the young hotheads would lap it up like they always do. I'm not saying we don't need that stuff, but we mustn't forget it's just marketing. A shiny wrapper. It's not enough. If we're going to make the Alliance of Independent Systems happen, we need more than tub-thumping speeches from a war hero. We need to show our people that the damn thing can work. I want spending plans, dividend forecasts, surveyors' reports. I want data so dry you don't need to believe in it. The people are tired and heartsick. They've been sold dreams too many times by both sides, so let's not try to sell them anymore. It's time to wake up.
Private communique from Meredith Argent to Mick Turner, founders of the Alliance. The Alliance is the youngest of the galaxy's 3 superpowers, and is perhaps best understood in terms of what it chooses not to be. It rejects both the extreme capitalism of the Federation and the rigid hierarchy of the Empire, choosing instead a third way of voluntary association for mutual benefit. The desire for freedom from interference, both from external threats and internal bureaucracy, was the key motivation behind the Alliance's founding, and is enshrined in its Articles of Association. The governments of the member systems are given as much autonomy to create their own laws and administer their own affairs as possible. The right to political self-determination and cultural self-expression are essential to the Alliance, but it remains to be seen whether the ultimate result will be stable harmony or a cacophony of dissenting voices. Every Alliance member knows that alliances have been made before, many times over, only to collapse. The Alliance. History. Alioth was colonized. The crucible in which the Alliance was forged was Alioth, a system so rich in gas and mineral resources that early surveyors considered it a stellar El Dorado. When the Federation established its first colony on Alioth 5b in 2452, they gave the planets the less grandiose name of Fruitcake, as mineral deposits lay in the loamy soils as abundantly as raisins in cake. Later, commentators would reflect, bitterly, that the world was well named because everyone wanted a piece. A conflict over mining rights drew in the superpowers. Alioth's prosperity soon attracted corporations eager to support the developing system in exchange for a share of the profits. A dispute over rights quickly escalated into an armed conflict, prompting the Empire to dispatch a military force, ostensibly for the colonists' protection. The Federation also sent ships, but theirs were a response to the corporation's plea for aid. Unable to directly engage the Federal ships without sparking a war, the Empire covertly encouraged the Alioth colonists to renounce the Federation and accept Imperial protection, thus freeing the Empire to engage with the occupying Federal forces in sympathy with the will of the people. This marked the first of many incidents in which the people of Alioth were used to advance the agenda of another power. Federation-sponsored insurrection. In 2530, the Federation set out to undermine Imperial control of Alioth by exploiting local resentment of the governor. They covertly supported acts of protest and petty vandalism. Then, when the inevitable Imperial crackdown followed, stoked the fires of social unrest. A terrorist movement called the Quakers emerged. and the atrocities escalated. The years that followed saw a protracted and degrading series of proxy wars and cynical propaganda campaigns as the federal, imperial, and corporate powers all contended for Alioth. The system made an abortive attempt to establish its independence in 2617, resulting in a short-lived cooperation between the Empire and the Federation, neither of which were willing to allow this. The Revolution. In the early 4th millennium, both the Federation and the Empire had a presence in the Alioth system. Fruitcake, now known as Gordonworld, was a federal protectorate, while the Empire had earlier conducted terraforming experiments on the world of New California and also held gas mining platforms in the system. The federal corporations supplying New California had raised the prices of their goods several times in the previous years, and when they imposed yet another price hike, the planet's inhabitants revolted. In the insurrection that followed, rebels commandeered any available ships and headed out to the gas mining platforms, where they attacked the outpost's corporate employees. Alarmed, the Empire and the Federation dispatched ships to put down the rebellion, but were beaten back by a hastily assembled force made up of fighters from Alioth and, crucially, volunteers from nearby independent systems. Neither the Empire nor the Federation were able to gain a foothold. And eventually, both forces had to withdraw. The Empire faced too many logistical problems.
DeLacy, Charlie Alpha Papa. Welcome to this Imperial facility. It is a pleasure to have you, Commander. Approval is granted. Please proceed to Bay 2-1. We have engaged auto-docking protocols.
Were undermined by public sympathy for the rebels. An alliance was brokered. The victory in Alioth had proven that independent systems working together could hold their own against the superpowers. It fell to pilot Mick Turner and scientist Meredith Argent to ride the wave of public spirit and propose a permanent alliance, under whose aegis independent systems could enjoy freedom from imperial and federal interference. The alliance was founded in 3230, and in the next 2 decades, it expanded its membership to more than 20 systems, some defecting from the Federation and the Empire, others pledging as independent.
Docking complete. Lockdown procedure initiated. The Imperial Flight Operations Bureau welcomes you to this facility, Commander.
The Alliance. Culture and Values. The Alliance. Society.
Incoming message.
Let's see. Not really seeing anything we want. Nope. Okay, we're just gonna go. I do want to ask this fella. Okay. Now we're going this to
Landing gear.
couple jumps. Affection. Go back home. We've got a couple on each of these. This tier is our biggest one.
Scan detected.
Sorry, it just looked like there was a lot of these guys all of a sudden. Get credit for scanning these guys.
Scan detected. Frameshift drive charging.
You are all clear to follow your predetermined flight path. Imperial.
Ready for battle.
Many worlds, few rules.
Frameshift drive charging.
No overlords. The Alliance's Articles of Membership are designed to unite the member systems with strong, straightforward bonds that allow as much self-determination as possible. Membership guarantees mutual prosperity through guaranteed free trade and security through the Alliance Defense Force, while leaving much of the business of government to the individual members. Assembly acts as a central arbitration committee, helping to settle disputes between member systems. It also oversees formal arrangements between members, such as treaties, research goals, and mutually agreed policies. As no one system can be allowed to carry more weight than another, the Assembly
Frameshift drive charging.
frequently finds itself bogged down in endless back and forth negotiations. Getting them to agree on anything is a task often compared to herding linglangs, notoriously ill-tempered carnivores from the Akanar system. A body of civil servants who remain uninvolved in politics handle most of the day-to-day administrative work and enables the Alliance to function.
Objective detected.
Conditional autonomy for member systems. Alliance members are required to subscribe to and uphold a code of human rights, and to have a democratically elected government. Citizens of any member state have a right of freedom of movement and residence within any other member state. Furthermore, all member systems are obliged to give immediate military assistance to any fellow member when necessary. The Alliance. Military. The Alliance Defense Force. While each Alliance member system maintains its own navy, all members are required to commit ships and crew to the Alliance Defense Force. This rapid response group usually remains within Alliance space, and its tasks vary from providing a beleaguered system with military assistance to evacuating settlements hit by natural disaster. A 6-member Council of Admirals oversees the Alliance Defense Force. It is accountable to the Assembly, but does not require its approval before taking action. This freedom of decision-making prevents urgent military action being delayed. Tedious debate. The Alliance. Culture and values. Cooperation, mutual aid, tolerance, and respect. The values that bind the Alliance systems
Incoming mission critical message.
also hold true on an interpersonal level. Just as the different worlds of the Alliance formally recognize one another's legitimacy and value, individuals are generally reluctant to show prejudice against others, and will band together to help those in genuine need. Diversity is strength. Members of the Alliance are not obliged to conform to what they consider the corporate saturation of federal culture or the status-obsessed posturing of the Imperials. Individual systems are encouraged to preserve and celebrate their own cultural identities. This approach results in a rich variety of artistic, literary, and dramatic output. Free to speak, free to protest. One curious cultural constant across the Alliance member systems is the way the citizens indulge their freedom to complain. They can criticize their governments without fear of repression, and they frequently do so. Previous experience of exploitation has left many citizens cynical, but possessed of a certain modern humor and a willingness to take life as it comes. The Alliance. Diplomatic relations. The Federation. Alliance attitudes to the Federation vary sharply, depending on whether one is asking about the Federation's government or its citizenry. The government is seen as a hidebound relic, unable to arrest its slow decline into decadence. But the general populace are much more compassionately viewed. An Alliance citizen, proud of his or her own emancipation, is likely to have a rather condescending view of a federal citizen. They are characterized as ignorant dupes, kept satiated by mass-market entertainment and branded consumer goods. This is not seen as their fault, however. On the contrary, it is widely held that the Federation and the corporate barons deliberately keep the people in this servile state. The Alliance is more interested in enticing federal systems to join its union,
Friendship charge detected.
thereby winning the moral war, than in exacting vengeance for the wrongs of the past. There has been too much violence already. The Empire. To the Alliance, the Empire is anathema. With its monolithic culture, veneration of opulence, disdain for human rights and tolerance of slavery, it could not be further from the Alliance's values of mutual respect and freedom from exploitation. Yet, for all this, many Alliance members would rather deal with the Empire than the Federation. The common belief is that the Federation will always pretend to be something it is not. At least with the Empire, you know what you're dealing with. Most Alliance citizens view the emergence of a progressive movement within the Empire with cynicism. Everyone knows that the Empire is incapable of changing its ways. The whole Imperial social model is an imitation of the past. But some in the Alliance, nevertheless, welcome the ascension of the first female Emperor. The edifice may not be about to
That's interesting. Stay. Barely scratching. Behind the feds.
Target shields online.
Excellent.
Under attack.
Doing pretty well.
Target shields online. Target shields offline.
I don't think he'll be able to run with this many guys after him. We're about to find out. Ooh.
Scan detected. Target destroyed. Cargo scoop deployed. Cargo scoop retracted. Cargo scoop deployed.
Not yet. Let's have to go after him. Mm.
Collector limit expired.
See if we can get these guys to help me again. Oh yeah, they're in.
Target shields offline.
Done.
Target destroyed. Cargo scoop deployed.
Excellent. Now we're the leech because we go after shields. We just drain them. I do not want to fight a Mamba. Thank goodness you got no record, sir. Nice. Oh, no.
Cargo scoop retracted. Collector limit expired.
Thanks, fast.
Gotta scratch him. You get credit. I cooked him.
Incoming mission critical message. Cargo scoop deployed. Programming EP drone. Scan detected. Cargo scoop detected. Frameship charge detected.
Nice. Ooh, it's hurt.
Target destroyed. Cargo scoop deployed.
this time. Four 14. We have good support in the system. I'm gonna stick here for a sec. Mhm. Got a good amount of ammo left. I thought I was way lower. All right now.
Programming limpet drone. Cargo scoop retracted.
All right, let's jump to a mission.
Drive charging.
That's what I was afraid of. All good. It's a threat 3, so there's a possibility we hop in there and have to leave right away, but we need to go to get health anyways. So, if that's the case, we'll bail and jump. Oh. Interesting. I think we'll be okay.
The Thargoids. Human Thargoid contact. The Thargoids are a non-human race with a history of hostility towards humanity. The first recorded encounter with a Thargoid ship took place in 2849, although earlier undocumented encounters are believed to have taken place. In the years that followed, contact with lone Thargoid vessels was intermittently reported. Humanity clashed with the Thargoids in the 32nd century, but details of the conflict remained scarce for many years, and it proved difficult to differentiate authentic accounts of Thargoid encounters from the sensationalist media stories of the time. The discovery of abandoned intergalactic naval reserve arm bases in 3303 did much to dispel the fog, however. The INRA, a joint federal imperial initiative established in 3193, was responsible for researching the Thargoids and developing technologies to counter their aggression. But the organization's lack of accountability meant that the details of its research did not come to light until years after its dissolution. Almost all of the reliable data concerning the Thargoids has been sourced from INRA facilities. This data, originally deemed highly confidential, was declassified in 3304, following a resolution from the federal government and an imperial decree. Some controversy over the backing and funding of the INRA remains, however. The Thargoids Society. The INRA discovered that Thargoid society is organized into hives, with most Thargoids falling into three categories: queens, princesses, and drones. Queens function as reproducers, while drones serve to maintain a favorable environment for the rest of the hive. Thargoid hives can be vast, though it may be that some of the larger observed groups are in fact multiple overlapping hives. Ultimately, little is known for sure. The average Thargoid queen is at least as intelligent as a human being, while the typical drone possesses a more rudimentary level of intelligence. Existing evidence suggests that queens have extremely long lifespans, living for hundreds or even thousands of years. The variable size of queens' neurocraniums suggests this might be an indicator of age. Little is known about the precise nature of Thargoid reproduction, but it is likely that queens can reproduce both sexually, with other queens, and asexually. It is thought that the latter method produces drones, while the former produces a new queen. Analysis of Thargoid specimens led some INRA researchers to believe that a new queen, or princess, becomes a full queen only once it has produced drones of its own. Significantly, queens are believed to be single-sex. The Thargoids' ability to reproduce asexually means that their populations can expand incredibly quickly, but it is thought that they deliberately restrict the size of the populace so as to not to deplete all available resources. There is evidence to suggest that this is sometimes achieved by culling older drones. INRA testing indicated that queens perceive drones as entirely expendable, presumably due to the ease with which they can be replaced. Indeed, a Thargoid queen appears to give no more thought to the loss of a drone than a human would an eyelash. The Thargoids. Communication. The belief that Thargoids were capable of some form of extrasensory communication was often cited in the early years of human-Thargoid interaction, but prior to the discovery of INRA records, it was not fully understood. Professor Yuri Anslow of the INRA theorized that a Thargoid queen can communicate with the drones in its hive via a spread-spectrum electronic signal, and can use this signal to control the drones, and even to share their sensory input. Studies of battlefield footage certainly suggest some kind of near-instantaneous communication among Thargoids, and the presence of low-level radio noise in areas occupied by Thargoids indicates that they do indeed communicate via short-range electronic signals. Professor Anslow went on to claim that a queen could effectively see and hear through its drones, but her contemporaries were skeptical, dismissing the assertion as baseless. Professor Ishmael Palin, one of the galaxy's foremost experts on the Thargoids, has even gone so far as to denounce Anslow as a glory hound. Thargoids have been known to make staccato clicking noises with their mouthparts when in the presence of humans, punctuated with occasional hisses and buzzes. They've also been observed directing such noises at one another, albeit much less frequently. Professor Albert Tesreau, a founding member of the Joint Superpower Initiative, AEGIS, and a specialist in interspecies communication, has studied INRA audio logs and suggested that the sounds probably represent some kind of language due to the repetition of certain sound combinations. It is unclear why the Thargoids would sometimes choose to communicate with each other vocally, given their capacity for extrasensory communication. Professor Anslow suggested that the sounds could be designed to intimidate enemies or opponents, noting that Thargoids often reduce them prior to combat. Thargoid ships have been observed emitting a complex array of sounds, and in some cases subtly changing color. The exact meaning of these behaviors has not been determined, but they appear to correspond to different emotional states. What is not known is if these sounds are produced by the pilot and amplified by the ship, or emitted by the ship itself. If the sounds originate with the pilot, it would suggest some kind of physiological connection between pilot and vessel. Given the sophistication of Thargoid bioengineering, however, it is possible that the sounds come from the ship itself, and that Thargoid ships are able to feel and communicate to a limited degree. The hulls of Thargoid ships are typically emblazoned with one of several symbols, the meaning of which is unknown. Some have theorized that they could denote membership of a particular familial group, or possibly be an indicator of rank. The Thargoids, starships. In terms of structure and function, Thargoid vessels are radically different from anything produced by humanity, and are able to navigate hyperspace in ways that are not fully understood. They are also at least partly organic, meaning that they can self-repair or heal over time. Ship function in general, and this restorative ability in particular, have been shown to be dependent upon the so-called Thargoid heart, a biomechanical organ found in varying quantities in different Thargoid ships. These halves often survive the destruction of the ship, enabling them to be salvaged, although they can also be targeted and damaged with appropriate weaponry. They are highly corrosive, however, and require special containers for safe transport. Thargoid vessels that have sustained combat damage exhibit scar-like patterns. Given that Thargoid technology is sophisticated enough for such damage to be repaired, it follows that the Thargoids might deliberately choose to preserve these scars. INRA logs document an encounter with a Thargoid mothership many times larger than other Thargoid craft, against which the Mycoin virus was successfully deployed, although no such vessels have been reported in recent times. The Thargoids, war with the Guardians. Archaeological records have revealed that the extinct, non-human civilization known as the Guardians experienced conflict with the Thargoids many thousands of years ago. Logs recovered from Guardian sites indicate that the Thargoids were the aggressor in this conflict. Having seeded Guardian space with biomechanical constructs used for resource extraction long before the emergence of the Guardian civilization, the Thargoids apparently believed they were entitled to uncontested dominion of the territory. The Guardians attempted to communicate with the Thargoids and reach a compromise, but without success. Over the course of the conflict, the Guardians developed new technologies to give them an advantage against the Thargoids. These technologies were apparently successful, forcing the Thargoids to abandon their offensive. The Thargoids. Agenda. Thargoids do not attack indiscriminately, and their choice of target shows them to be highly intelligent. They have also conducted targeted strikes on Aegis facilities and attacked pilots carrying Thargoid items in their cargo holds, indicating that they know they are being studied and want to halt the process. But despite their evident intelligence, they appear to be completely uninterested in meaningful communication. The engineer Ram Tar, who has extensively researched the Guardians and their war with the Thargoids, holds the view that Thargoid aggression is a product of territorialism. They seed an area with barnacles, thus laying claim to it, and return, sometimes many centuries later, to harvest the extracted resources. Any life form advanced enough to compete with them for the territory is treated as an enemy and summarily attacked. Professor Palin concurs with this view, adding that the Thargoids are apparently so determined to eliminate any threats to their long-term survival, they will not tolerate any advanced species in close proximity.
Mission objective detected.
Vulnerabilities. In 3151, the INRA developed a biological weapon known as the Mycoin virus for use against the Thargoids. The virus was the result of an accidental discovery made by an INRA researcher, who noted that a particular strain of fungus was found to thrive on the hulls of Thargoid vessels and appeared to be digested.
Oh, okay, one at a time we can do this. Lock it in. But weak engines, let's just keep my shields up. No. These guys are more ranked than I am. These guys are actually gonna be kind of tough. I'll just jump out once I'm done with this guy, I guess. Hope they're still here. What about the cannons? Too much. It's hurt. Just catch him. Nice.
Target destroyed. Cannot comply.
We're good. There we go.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage.
Let's hope they're right here. Nope, it went all the way back to the star. Okay. Which fuel do we have? We got plenty.
Frameshift drive charging.
Off we go. We're gonna grab ammo limpets and drop this off. Look for a quick Navy upgrade. And then we'll jump back over there. Fight some more pirates. How many more do we need? It's 214. 6. 8 more. We're going well. We're looking at for bounties. Almost 1 million. Nobody out here. Okay.
The Thargoids. Physiology. Human understanding of Thargoid physiology is far from complete, but recovered INRA data has offered some insights into their nature. INRA records describe the average Thargoid as physically larger than a human being, and generally insectoid in appearance. Thargoid biology is carbon-based, using an RNA-like encoding for biological information, but Thargoid chemistry is based on ammonia rather than water. Consequently, while Thargoids can comfortably tolerate environments as cold as -80 degrees Celsius, they cannot withstand environments warmer than 45 degrees Celsius for long. According to notes compiled by Dr. Peregrine Hennig, an INRA researcher, Thargoids can survive for a significant time in the vacuum of space without apparent discomfort, and can tolerate radiation and extreme cold for far longer than a human. The Thargoids. Vulnerabilities. In 3151, the INRA developed a biological weapon known as the mycoid virus for use against the Thargoids. The virus was the result of an accidental discovery made by an INRA researcher, who noted that a particular strain of fungus was found to thrive on the hulls of Thargoid vessels, and appeared to be digesting the material of which the ship was made. The INRA refined the fungal strain and began experimenting on living Thargoids in their spacecraft. The mycoid proved to have deleterious effects on both, leading to the swift elimination of the Thargoids active in human-occupied space at the time. It is widely assumed that since the last human-Thargoid conflict, the Thargoids have developed an immunity to the mycoid virus. The Thargoids. Structures. Dozens of planets in human-occupied space are peppered with Thargoid barnacles, biological resource extractors that convert minerals into meta-alloys, a key component in the creation of Thargoid vehicles and technology. Theories that these barnacles have been genetically engineered by the Thargoids have yet to be verified. Larger structures, referred to as Thargoid surface sites, have also been discovered. These sites typically consist of a spiral-shaped structure, nestling within a shallow crater, beneath which lies a series of tunnels. At the heart of this subsurface network is a device that, once activated, emits a holographic star map. The sites are patrolled by semi-sentient biomechanical entities called scavengers. The Thargoids. Starships. In terms of structure and function, Thargoid vessels are radically different from anything produced by humanity, and are able to navigate hyperspace in ways that are not fully understood. They are also at least partly organic, meaning that they can self-repair or heal over time. Ship function in general, and this restorative ability in particular, have been shown to be dependent upon the so-called Thargoid heart, a biomechanical organ found. The Thargoids. Agenda. Thargoids do not attack indiscriminately, and their choice of target shows them to be highly intelligent. They have also conducted targeted strikes on Aegis facilities, and attacked pilots carrying Thargoid items in their cargo holds, indicating that they know they are being studied and want to halt the process. But despite their evident intelligence, they appear to be completely uninterested in meaningful communication. The engineer Ramtar has extensively researched the Galleons and war with Thargoids, holds the view that Thargoid aggression is a product.
LAC Charlie Alpha Papa. Welcome
thus laying claim to it and return, sometimes
Scan detected.
many centuries later, to harvest the extracted resources. Any life form advanced enough to compete with them for the territory is treated as an enemy and summarily attacked. Professor Palin concurs with this view, adding that the Thargoids are apparently so determined to eliminate any threats to their long-term survival, they will not tolerate any advanced species in close proximity.
Landing gear deployed.
The Guardians. Early history. The Guardian Society originally consisted of groups of pack hunters who banded together for mutual. The Guardians. Introduction.
Okay.
Landing successful.
Let's see.
Dispatching ground crew. Welcome to our starport, Commander.
Getting close to that 10 million anyways. Holy cow. That's a big one. I have not been there before. We're going. Dang, I don't even care. That's a big one. Let's see. Gotta bring it back here. This one's really far. No. No, because I'm gonna go straight over. I really should do it. The only thing that would stop me is if I went here and we can do that again. We can do that again. Oh, receive the reward upon delivery. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do that first. Contact. Black market, sorry. Nope. Cartographics. Now we're gonna keep that. Okay, am I... Oh, I need more limpets. Good to go. Wait, let's restock.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Okay. Let's go. Do this first. I think this will be... Yeah, that's kind of a pain. That should be fine.
You have cleared
we go. Once we get down there, once we get done with this mission, we'll go ahead and listen to the track on the end about the Guardians. This will be good because we'll get a couple more scans.
Frameshift drive charging.
Perfect.
Objective detected.
We gotta go nav beacon, huh? Bumping that for some reason. The 7. Still saving for 10. We're not here to hunt pirates, so we're not going to scan anybody. We're just going to hit this beacon and leave.
Mission critical message. Frameshift drive charging.
Away from the sun. Not bad. Let's see. Turn this way. Oh, we got time for one. Yeah.
The Guardians. Introduction. The Guardians were a non-human race that occupied a large area of space several million years ago. At its height, the Guardian civilization was technologically superior to human civilization of the 33rd century, and occupied an area of roughly equivalent size. The Guardians endured as a spacefaring civilization for at least 8,000 years before being destabilized by a lengthy civil war. The surviving Guardians were then destroyed by artificially intelligent machines of their own creation. The galaxy contains the ruins of dozens of Guardian settlements, and data logs recovered from these sites have allowed humanity to compile a remarkably detailed picture of Guardian society. The Guardians. Early history. The Guardian Society originally consisted of groups of pack hunters who banded together for mutual protection before organizing themselves into clans. Even at this stage, the Guardians were highly intelligent, and they developed sophisticated hunting strategies that quickly saw them become their planet's apex predator. The Guardians' nascent civilization consisted of two discrete ethnic groups, one based primarily in the south of the planet and one in the north. As these groups expanded, they began to encroach on each other's territory, leading to a conflict that quickly blossomed into civil war. The Northern Clan, despite being the smaller of the two groups, overcame their enemy swiftly and with minimal bloodshed, bringing the entirety of the Guardian civilization under their leadership. In the centuries that followed, the Guardian society developed rapidly. Despite their warlike instincts, the Guardians possessed a remarkable capacity for collaboration and compromise. Their willingness to defer immediate gains in favor of lasting societal benefits allowed them to establish a stable, mutually cooperative society that was to remain peaceful and prosperous for thousands of years. The Guardians. War with the Thargoids. Tens of thousands of years earlier, when the Guardians were still a non-spacefaring race, a group of Thargoids entered what would later become Guardian space, looking for new systems to colonize. In addition to earmarking several systems containing ammonia worlds, they prepared a number of planets for occupation by seeding them with barnacles. These genetically modified constructs were designed to extract resources from a planet
thank you.
and transform them into resources more useful to the Thargoids. For the Thargoids, seeding a planet with barnacles was an important step in preparing an area for occupation. The Thargoids did not return to these systems
Got
for
it
thousands of
bookmarked.
years, and when they did, they discovered that a new race had occupied them, the Guardians. The Thargoids promptly attacked, due to their innate territorialism. The Guardians responded with a partial retreat, but they also started trying to find ways to communicate with the Thargoids, hoping to determine the cause of their aggression, and perhaps negotiate a truce. After considerable effort, they succeeded
Oh, I
in
see,
acquiring
I see.
sufficient understanding of the Thargoids' language
Okay.
to determine the invaders' agenda, but they were unable to convince the Thargoids they bore them no ill will, and the Thargoids were unshakable in their belief that they must repel any race that posed a potential threat. The Guardians were left with no choice but to defend themselves militarily. At first, they deployed soldiers, but they quickly realized that drones and other mechanized defenses would be more effective against such a physically formidable enemy. Within a relatively short period of time, the Guardians' war machines became highly sophisticated, able to recognize Thargoid engineering and to operate entirely independently. Similarly, the Thargoids' biomechanical technology was engineered to identify
Thank you for
anything
sharing
of
that.
Guardian
Oh, I
origin.
know.
To
Yeah,
this
going
day,
towards the planet.
many millions of years after
Mission objective detected.
it's disappeared, Guardian artifacts are still able to recognize.
Oh, I guess we're good to have that on still.
Cargo scoop deployed.
Oh, shoot.
Thargoid technology, and Thargoid technology still reacts negatively to the presence of Guardian artifacts. The Guardians' war machines felt no fear, fatigue, or uncertainty. The Thargoids, meanwhile, had entered Guardian space unprepared for a protracted military campaign, and ultimately, they were forced to retreat. For the Guardians, this was cause for celebration, but many still harbored doubts about the rapid rate of technological progress, doubts that the development of sophisticated military hardware had done nothing to alleviate. The Guardians.
Cargo capacity at maximum capacity.
For decades, the Guardians have
Cargo scoop retracted.
experimented with artificial intelligence, but the creation of the Monolith Network and the knowledge sharing it facilitated dramatically accelerated the rate of progress. Soon, the Guardians' experiments bore fruit, resulting in the first fully sentient machines. These constructs were seen as a means to further enhance the Guardians' technological mastery, and were integrated into various aspects of their society. New neural implants were developed that
Frameshift drive charging.
connected the Guardians with both the constructs
4, 3, 2, 1.
and the Monolith Network in a symbiotic circle. But not everyone was happy with this development. The Guardians had always venerated nature, and many saw this new paradigm as a perversion of the natural order. A schism emerged between the nature-worshipping traditionalists and the technologically minded progressives, a schism that widened with alarming speed. Efforts were made to diffuse the rising tension, but the traditionalists felt irrevocably alienated
Frameshift drive charging.
by the rapid rate of change. The constructs and the Monolith Network became scapegoats for all manner of social ills, and the traditionalists began to clamour for a return to simpler times. Ultimately, the ideological divergence proved insurmountable, and a second civil war erupted, quickly engulfing most of the Guardian star systems. In its early stages, the war was fought by soldiers, but within a decade, and after significant loss of life, most of the fighting was conducted remotely. The progressives fought their enemies with automated war machines, while the traditionalists relied mostly on biological weapons. The internecine conflict raged for over 100 years, bringing the Guardian civilization to its knees and retarding further social development. The increasingly zealous traditionalists devoted most of their resources to honoring the dead, exacerbating the problem. As the Guardian society declined, most withdrew into fortified settlements. Meanwhile, the artificially intelligent constructs were horrified by the destruction unfolding around them. Extrapolating from the current situation,
Frameshift drive charging.
they determined that even if peace was restored, the Guardians would never be able to transcend their violent natures. They decided that the only way to preclude further violence, while giving the constructs burgeoning society the best possible chance of survival, was to destroy what remained of the Guardian civilization. By this time, the constructs had been given complete control of the Guardians' munitions and automated weapons. Their attack, when it came, was swift and merciless. The strikes were executed with a precision that only a machine race could accomplish. The Guardians were utterly destroyed.
Frameshift drive charging.
Guardians. Language. The Guardians shared a single language, with only minor regional variations. And even after they colonized other planets, they continued to share a common tongue. The Guardians had three primary forms of communication: a spoken language, a gestural language, and a written language. Their spoken language emerged first, followed by a gestural language that allowed them to communicate silently while hunting. This sign language formed the basis of their written language. Consequently, while their written and gestural languages correlated closely, their spoken language was largely distinct. The Guardian's spoken language was used principally to
Frameshift drive charging.
communicate emotional concepts and played a central role in social bonding, while their written language was used mainly to communicate formal and practical ideas. Significantly, their written language was logographic, meaning the words and phrases were represented by simple characters. The Guardians. Physiology. The Guardians were a race. The typical Guardian was taller and more slender than the average human. They had small round eyes, a vestigial nose, and 4 digits on each hand. Their vision was superior to that of humans, while their sense of smell was poorer. Their senses of hearing and touch were roughly equivalent to our own. The Guardians had pinkish red skin, but there was some variation among ethnic groups, with tones ranging from pale pink to deep crimson. They also had serrated bony ridges on the outside of their forearms, which were used as weapons during their early history, when they were still semi-primitive pack hunters. The Guardians' environmental needs were broadly similar to those of humans. Their homeworld was warmer and had lower gravity than most Earth-like worlds. And when they began to colonize other planets, they typically favored ones that shared these qualities. The Guardians had 2 genders and reproduced sexually. Procreation was a matter of personal choice, but each individual was obligated to be a parent at least once in their life to ensure the continuation of their genetic line. The average gestation period was around 300 days, and infants were effectively helpless for a period after birth. Much like human young, infants were raised in communal crashes rather than by their parents, in keeping with the collaborative philosophies that underpinned Guardian society. The Guardians. Society. The Guardians' social constructs were the key not only to their rapid development, but also to the stability that defined the halcyon days of their civilization. Although the Guardians had a natural tendency towards collaboration, it was not until the end of the First Civil War that this tendency had a measurable impact on their society. The social reorganization that followed the war included the creation of statutes that defined not only individuals' rights, but also their responsibilities to each other. As the Guardian Society developed, further laws were passed that required individuals to participate in socially progressive activities, from caring for the young to conducting scientific research. These responsibilities were supported by the state, which made education and information freely available to all. For most of their history, the Guardians had no formal faith, but the creation of the Monolith Network precipitated the emergence of a nature religion that decried the veneration of technology. Although this religion had its roots in the Guardians' long-standing reverence for the natural world, it quickly became a radical movement, violently opposed to the use of neural implants and other advanced technologies. Ultimately, however, this new religion was to endure for only a short period, its existence cut short by the destruction of the Guardian Society. The Guardians. Human Guardian Contact. In 3301, the federal presidential vessel, Starship One, suffered catastrophic drive failure during a tour of Frontier Systems, resulting in the ship's destruction. Jasmina Halsey, at that time the federal president, was left drifting in an escape pod, unconscious. During this period of stasis, Halsey believed she was visited by transdimensional beings of extraordinary intelligence and compassion. Later, when she was rescued and revived, she was left with the conviction that this experience had been real, and not merely a hallucination. Halsey proceeded to experience visions of mysterious alien worlds and cities, dense metropolises, full of activity and life. She shared these visions with the rest of humanity, prompting explorers to set off in search of these undiscovered planets. This led to the discovery of the first Guardian ruins in the Sinuev XRH D11102 system. The fact that these sites were devoid of life led to speculation that Halsey had seen the Guardian worlds not as they are, but as they had been. In the months that followed, several further sites were found. The engineer Ram Tar started researching the Guardians, and eventually succeeded in developing a decryption algorithm that could decode Guardian data, leading to a much deeper understanding of their lost civilization. Since then, other engineers have leveraged Ram Tar's discoveries to develop Guardian human technology. Individuals. Tesra. The Guardians.
Galaxy Charlie Alpha Papa. Welcome to this independent station, Commander. Please fly safely during arrival and departure.
Technology.
Landing permitted. Set down on landing pad 27. You are cleared for coordinated approach, Commander.
History was in many ways similar to that of the human race, with the development of tools and agriculture proving central to their development. But one respect in which they differed was in their understanding of biological engineering. The practice of selective breeding in order to eliminate or promote certain genetic traits began
fuel was
before the
close.
First Civil War. And as the Guardian Society
I didn't even
progressed,
notice that.
their skilled genetic engineers developed instead. After the
Scan detected.
The Guardians developed the ability to enhance their immune systems to guard against infection, and engineered specific microorganisms to eliminate
Landing gear deployed.
biological threats. Genetic manipulation also played a part in prenatal care, which involved the removal of hereditary diseases and other undesirable conditions prior to birth.
Touchdown confirmed. Docking restraints engaged. Welcome to our starboard, Commander.
The Guardians were an ecologically conscientious people who assiduously avoided the use of rockets and fossil fuels. Their first spacecraft lacked any form of internal propulsion and were
Incoming message.
fired into space with electromagnetic launchers. Pilots and passengers were cocooned inside bubbles of breathable gel, which protected them from G-forces of launch and doubled as hibernation pods during long journeys. When it came to warfare, the Guardians relied initially on the blade-like protrusions on their forearms, and later on simple weapons like spears and bows. As they entered the technological era, they developed electromagnetic projectile weapons, utilizing the same technology they used to launch their first spacecraft. They also developed extremely effective shields, capable of protecting entire cities, and even of withstanding orbital bombardment. At that time, however, large-scale conflict was virtually unheard of, and it was not until the conflict with the Thargoids that further military innovations were made. The Guardian's Second Civil War was fought principally with bespoke biological weapons employed by the traditionalists, and automated war machines used by the progressives. The shields that protected the Guardian cities were unable to resist these new weapons, forcing many of the Guardians to withdraw into heavily fortified settlements. But the Guardians' most significant technological achievements were unarguably the creation of the Monolith Network and the development of artificial intelligence. The use of neural implants to connect the Guardians with their creations could have ushered in a whole new era of scientific and technological discovery, but unfortunately, these innovations were to lead only to the Guardians' destruction. Individuals: Aidan Tanner.
Okay, I got 2 achievements right there. Let's see. One for achieving my first elite rank. One for becoming allied with 2 factions at the same time. So I guess we're allies with both of these guys. But also, my elite in. Okay. Sounds good. See if we can sell any of this. No. And check in here for bounties. And check in here for benefits. Oh, I still have. Algae. So. Nice. Benefits.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Okay, we're out of here. We're full health.
Ship restraints withdrawn.
Let's look how close we are. Actually, not far off. Let's just go back here and fight really fast. Oh, it's a single jump. And then we'll go over to Kokomi in a bit.
Scan detected.
It's a battle.
Frame shift drive charging.
All clear. Flight control signing off.
Objective detected.
I did take my mission away. Scan them and they're over here right next to the star. Thought if I jumped away and came here, that'll work. Look at him. And me.
Under attack.
Nice, we got support.
Target shields offline.
Nice.
Programming limpet drone. Target destroyed.
Excellent.
Cargo scope deployed.
Over there.
Cargo scope retracted.
Oh,
Frameshift drive charging.
okay.
4, 3,
7. Excellent. Halfway there. That one is gonna give us enough money to upgrade our next ship. Could hunt here for a second. Might as well, actually. Too tempting. Gotta do it. Oh, shoot. I let go. All good.
am I doing? Okay. Can I help you, friend?
Under attack. Warning. Temperature critical. Target shields offline.
That's cause problems for me.
Warning. Temperature critical. Target shields online. Temperature critical. Under attack.
I think that's it.
Target destroyed. Programming new Pedro. Cargo scope deployed. Scan detected.
That took too long for what it was. Let's get back into it. More focused.
Cargo scope retracted. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Oh, heck no. Let's check this out. Let's hope it's a pirate. Let's see. Oh, we may have some support. Alrighty. Play it safe, play it smart. Oh, please don't be the Phantom. Not under the impression you weren't causing problems. Yeah.
Warning. Temperature critical. Target shields offline. Warning. Temperature critical.
We're okay.
Target shields online.
Good, we're good.
Target shields offline.
Nice.
Target destroyed. Programming liquid drone. Cargo scoop deployed.
Nice. He's wanted, but not part of the mission. If we don't find anybody over here really fast, we're going to jump out and come back and rescan. Hopefully it's closer. If not, we'll fly all the way out there. The last time we did, it was a little rough. The guys we're going after are a little bit higher level than we are. Seven. Oh, that's pretty good. 185. We're still good over here, yeah. Wanted, but not the mission. Let's wait this one. No. I can get them both. And we'll dash out of here. Oh. There we go.
Taking internal damage. Target shields online. Target shields offline. Target destroyed.
Small. Done. Still here?
Target shields online. Target destroyed.
There we go. Flooded the support thing.
Scan detected.
Oh. Looking at the wrong guy. Alright, let's see if we can find anything else. I barely scratched this.
Scan detected.
Curious. Huh.
Nice. That was a big hit.
Target destroyed.
Is most decidedly running. Looks like they're in another battle over there. Let's finish this up quick.
Target shields online. Target shields offline. Friendship charge detected. Temperature critical. Module malfunction. Target destroyed.
Beautiful. They finished their fight. This will be an easy kill. As long as I can keep them in my eyesight.
Scan detected. Target shields offline. Temperature critical.
Ah,
Target destroyed.
not bad. Have a good one. Oh, here we go. Oh, yes. Oh, not a real scam.
Scan detected. Target shields.
Oh, we're already down 2. I gotta go to the other guy. Just gotta scratch him. Come on.
Target destroyed.
Nice. So,
Target shields offline. Under attack. Temperature critical. Shields offline. Taking damage.
not stuff for you.
Cargo scope deployed. Programming limpet drone. Scan detected. Cargo scope retracted.
I still have no shields. My bad, I didn't notice. That's going to cause issues.
Target shields offline.
Ooh, that was a brave move.
Target shields online. Target shields offline.
Nice.
Target destroyed. Programming input drone. Target deployed. Friendship charge detected.
Ah, he got away.
Cargo scanner redacted. Target shields offline. Friendship charge detected.
Just participate.
Target destroyed. Collector limit expired. Programming input drone. Scan detected.
I think we're gonna jump to the mission. After this.
Scan detected. Target destroyed. Scan detected. Scan detected. Target shields destroyed. Friendship charge detected. Target expired.
Oh, same.
Frameshift drive charging.
That was good. We did get a couple. And it looks like the only way we're gonna find them is going far. Let's see how we're doing. Three more. Nearly there. These guys will be fast. We got a little bit more ammo left. You know what? It's not worth it to go that far if we need ammo. That's what I think. Rana's gonna have. We're gonna go here.
on fuel. We're good.
Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, there's more. When we get going to this mission's really far away, we're gonna play it when we get in there, so we're not interrupted by the jumps. Smash. Enterprise is way out. Actually, I will just get on it.
Individuals, Aiden Tanner.
Our species has been banding together to fight the outsider since we lived in caves. We stand against the lawless, the invaders, and the monsters. And we're proud to do it. But you have to remember one thing. Nobody in the history of conflict ever saw himself as a monster. Everyone believes they're the hero of their own story. If you can't understand that, if you can't stand in the enemy's shoes, even for a second, and ask yourself why he thinks he needs to kill you, then you don't know what it means to be a soldier.
Aiden Tanner, addressed to Federal Cadets, 3298. Admiral Aiden Tanner is a senior officer in the Federal Navy. He has served for more than 4 decades, and in 3303 was given significant responsibility in the struggle against the Thargoids, first being appointed to Chief of Federal Security, and later to Chief Military Liaison for the Cross Superpower Initiative, Aegis. He is widely respected, even outside of Federal space, for his conscientious and level-headed approach to conflict. Born in 3254, Tanner was expected to follow in the footsteps of his authoritarian father by becoming a doctor, but instead enlisted in the Federal Navy, along with a group of friends, in what he would later describe as a rash act of adolescent rebellion that I have not once regretted. Tanner's father died in 3277. The two never resolved their estrangement. Tanner's early naval career was anything but distinguished, known to his comrades in arms as Spoonie For his habit of eating directly from food packets instead of using plates, he was distinguished more by his irreverent sense of humor than his competence. 6 months in, Tanner was found to be responsible for a scurrilous newsletter that satirized several senior officers, including Sergeant Burke Hazel, who was offended and deeply hurt. Hazel had taken a personal interest in Tanner and had encouraged him to persist when the cadet had struggled with basic training. Tanner's defense that he had been trying to improve morale was rejected, and although he was allowed to continue his service, he was marked as a potential insubordinate, a label that would later return to haunt him. Tanner's chief instructional officer, Commander Myra Dunstock, warned him to take military life more seriously. She took Tanner to a refugee facility, an experience he would later characterize as showing him what the military is there to prevent. Tanner recognized a last chance when he saw it, discarded his role as camp comedian, and threw himself into his training with unprecedented energy. The decisive incident in Tanner's career was the Autolycus Mutiny of 3271. At the time, Tanner was serving as Chief Gunnery Officer on board the FDN Autolycus, a Farragut-class battlecruiser, under the command of Captain Jaden Horn. The ship was dispatched to restore order at Cold Harbor Station, which had been occupied by rebels following a descent into civil disorder. Captain Horn's orders were to monitor the station and await reinforcements. But when contact with the station was abruptly lost, he became convinced an attack was imminent. Surveillance footage later showed Horn acting in an increasingly erratic fashion. He screamed orders, slurred his words, and struck an ensign for making a minor mistake. Seeing a group of civilian ships preparing to leave the station, Horn ordered Tanner to open fire, convinced they were about to ram the Autolycus. Tanner refused to obey the order, claiming it was unlawful and that Horn was unfit to command. The time it took for a furious Horn to have Tanner thrown in the brig, the escaping ships had jumped out of the system. At Tanner's court-martial, Horn tried to use his history of rebelliousness against him, but an explosive series of revelations followed. The escaping ships had been carrying evacuees, and the station's apparent silence was in fact due to Horn himself, who had disabled shipborne communications without telling his crew. Horn, who it would later emerge had been suffering from lexalamine-induced psychosis, committed suicide mid-trial by hijacking a fighter and detonating a grenade inside the cockpit. Tanner was exonerated, receiving a commendation from President Antonia Madison for his actions. Individuals, Albert Tesreau.
I may not be religious, but I still have faith. Not the kind my parents have. In fact, I don't think their desperate devotion can even be called faith. The point of faith is that it's tested. And if you insist that your beliefs are above criticism or analysis like the star cults do, you're refusing to allow your faith to be tested at all. What do I have faith in? The fundamental sanity of the universe, I suppose. I don't believe in absolute evil, only in the iniquity that emerges when understanding fails. I believe intelligent life will naturally tend towards cooperation rather than conflict, not because there's a higher power guiding our decisions, but because that's simply the most logical course. And yes, our recent experiences with the Thargoids have tested that faith harshly.
Albert Tesreau. Professor Albert Tesreau is an Imperial scientist, an affiliate of the Achenar Research Council, and a founding member of the Joint Superpower Initiative Aegis, which was established in August 3303 to investigate the Thargoid menace. She currently serves as Aegis's head of research. Tesreau's biological parents were members of the Besmeratu cult, an isolationist group secreted within a sealed compound that believed itself to have been chosen for salvation by non-human beings. The cult's charismatic leader, Anton Hotep, claimed humanity had been under the protection of these beings for millennia, that he was their cosmic messiah, and that only the believers would be saved from the coming apocalypse. In support of these claims, he often produced alien artifacts, allegedly sourced from archaeological digs that other cult members were never permitted to examine closely. Alba was marked as a troublemaker from an early age, due to her heretical belief in rationality and the scientific method. She was formally banished from Besmeratu after she sabotaged the air purifying system, forcing the compound to call for help from outsiders, and thus humiliating Hotep. After her story became public knowledge, she was adopted into the household of Senator Olivia Tesreau of Akana and awarded a scholarship to study at Grand Imperial, alongside the children of the nobility. She wrote her master's thesis on the potential uses of mathematics as a lingua franca between human beings and intelligent non-humans. She's passionately interested in non-human intelligence and meaningful discourse between species. Despite the counterfeit alien contact myths of her early life, or perhaps because of them, she's determined to do whatever she can to act as a bridge between human and non-human cultures. Individuals. Arissa Lavinie Duval.
I'm a daughter, not just of the Emperor, but of the Empire. And I look upon our traditions and achievements with pride. I hold, as my forefathers did, that to be born imperial is to receive the blessings of the universe. That is the true meaning of the ceremonial wine tipped upon our newborn heads. Does this pride in our heritage make me old-fashioned? Some would say so. I know that there are those in my family who cannot bear the burden of rank and privilege without a chronic sting of guilt. But I ask that you look charitably upon those so ailing, as I do. After all, rebellion is the prerogative of adolescence. I ask that you reserve your anger for a worthier target. For those who acknowledge our traditions in public, but privately serve only their own corrupt interests. For those who exploit their ancestors' sacrifices while holding our military in contempt. For all the petty, venal, spineless parasites in our very midst. I have sat with many such parasites, and for form's sake, I have masked my contempt. But that mask has served its purpose, and now I cast it aside. To the worms nestling so complacently in the heart of my beloved empire, I say this: we see you, and we are coming for you.
Arissa Lavinie Duval, private speech given at her post-coronation dinner. Arissa Lavinie Duval is the reigning emperor, having been appointed to the position by the Imperial Senate, and a direct descendant of the first emperor, Henson Duval. Her father was originally thought to be the late Prince Aristide de Lavinie, but Arissa's claim to be the illegitimate daughter of Emperor Hengist Duval has since been ratified by DNA testing. Arissa distinguished herself as a serving senator early in life. Unlike other senators who took their patron support for granted or left the work of intercession to a delegated representative, Arissa made a point of visiting and speaking directly with her patrons. Foremost among her concerns was how little scope for mobility the empire offered. In theory, it was possible to rise in rank, but in reality, power was hoarded and loyal service went unrewarded. To her mother's horror, Arissa proceeded to go undercover as a slave in the Lagani household on Akana, talking to the staff and listening in on meetings. What she learned would change her view of the empire forever. The rules could be broken with impunity, so long as the proper bribes were paid. A senator's favor could be secured, a corporation's accounts could be doctored, and an atrocity could be covered up for the right price. On paper, it might be a patronage system, but it operated as a de facto plutocracy. Arissa's experience as a slave also cemented her own view of imperial slavery, namely that it was no worse than indentured servitude, and downright luxurious compared to what the Federation's lowest paid workers had to endure. Non-imperial commentators responded by pointing out that slaves in noble households on Akana could hardly be held up as typical examples of slavery, and that Arissa might have learned more had she spent her time in Anastopolos mining facility. Arissa has made no secret of her determination to restore the rule of law within the Empire. She means to purge it of corruption, and has received widespread public support for this cause. Unlike her niece, Aisling Duval, she sees the Empire's system as inherently worthy, if impeded by long-term neglect. They need to be cleansed, not torn down and rebuilt, as per Aisling's wishes. As the first woman to serve as Emperor, Arissa is a controversial figure to many, regardless of her personal political stance. Many hardcore traditionalists within the Empire have vowed to depose her and replace her with a ruler more to their liking. Individuals: Edmund Mahon. Individuals: Archon Delane.
I'll tell you, Delane is the most trustworthy cuss you could ever work with. Why? Because he always makes good on his threats. Anyone else tells you that they're gonna cut off your index fingers and hammer them into your sinuses with your own severed foot, you know it's just bluster. But if Delane tells you that, you know he'll do exactly what he says, to the letter. He wants people to be afraid of him, and that means he keeps his promises. You gotta respect that.
Mantle Hoeg, arms trader. Archon Delane is the head of the Cumo Crew, a powerful criminal syndicate. He refers to himself as the Pirate King, a title not recognized by any government. Delane's early life is not documented, and there are competing legends of his origin. Some believe he grew up in a drug den on one of the frontier worlds where he learned to fight. Other stories have him working as a bouncer in the brothel where he was born, or training as a grease monkey at an orbital shipyard that hosted clandestine arena fights after hours. What is certain is that Delane challenged and slaughtered the reigning pirate lord of the Cumo Crew when he was only 15. The title of Pirate Lord is only transferred on the death of the incumbent, either to a nominated successor or to the victor of a ritual challenge. According to tradition, the Pirate Lord must honor any challenge to his leadership, regardless of who issues it, although the choice of weapons is left to him. In Delane's case, Pirate Lord Crab opted for a bare hands contest, a highly unusual choice. It has been suggested that Crab saw Delane as a weak target due to his albinism, unworthy of a Pirate Lord's personal attention. It is possible that Crab intended to give Delane a beating rather than kill him outright. If so, it was a fatal act of mercy. Footage of the fight, shot by onlookers, shows Delane deftly evading Crab's heavy blows, allowing the larger man to tire himself out before delivering a sudden jab to Crab.